using State Farm.
You're right. I know.
Beers.
I'll tell the judge that. Okay. I want you to say that.
That's how it breaks, huh?
Oh, I get up early, bro. Admits that. However, he really has turned his life around. Since this incident, he obtained a full-time job. He also enrolled himself in Ohio Business College, where he's learning to be an electrician, something that he is really enjoying. He understands the wrongs that he did. He understands that that type of activity needs to stop. He's a young man, and had it rough early in life. And now he's at a point in his life where he understands what hard work means, and he understands that he actually can have a bright future. Judge, he did test positive for marijuana, understanding that it was against his bond rules. He immediately, once he heard there was a warrant, he immediately called me. We had a discussion, and he did the right thing and voluntarily turned himself in. He wants to show this honorable court that, yes, he understands how to follow rules. He understands that he needs to continue to follow the rules. Judge, I'd respectfully request that you place him on a period of community control sanctions. Jesse is, unfortunately, has been a follower most of his life. The co-defendant in this case was really, we'll call him the brains of the operation. Got Jesse into it. Again, it was his cousin, and it was some quick money, which Jesse learns and fully understands is not the way to go through life. Like I said, he is in school and getting into a field that he can make quite a living for himself and support a family. So Judge, I'd ask you to consider all of that and place him on a period of community control sanctions and allow him to continue the positive work that he's doing as opposed to a prison sentence where he may end up back in the cycle. Thank you.
What do you got to say?
Your Honor, I just want to start to say I apologize to the courts, to the police departments in Lake County, to the people involved that I played them in at the Verizon stores for my actions. That I knew better. I did 6 years and I knew better. I sat there for doing my 6 years and changed my thoughts that could lead to my actions, that could make me come out here and live an honest life. I came out here and I did that. But yet again, I feel victim. I'm not a victim, but I feel short to adversity. So when I feel like my life wasn't going as it should, and I didn't have enough to get by or this and that, I was ungrateful. And it took for my life to almost get taken, and at the wrong place, wrong time, July 3rd, and then for me to be told from doctors and police officers in the same day and brought to jail that I just survived death, but yet I'm in jail. And that's the worst experience I experienced in my life. And I guess God did that to me to show me that I was being ungrateful for my actions, that I should have taken more advantage of what I had, but I didn't. And I apologize. I'm sorry for that. I understand that I could be a great citizen out here and obey the law. I also, when I bonded out of here, I had applied myself for college, even knowing that my actions that I had did in the past, that I might not even be able to finish it. But I didn't let that stop me. I continued working. I continued going to class. I had more problems than I had before I even committed these crimes, and that didn't make me go back out there to commit more crimes. I can take control over myself. I can have control over myself. I realized I got a village behind me, and it's my job that welcomed me back when I got out of here. And
Well, it seemed like the one that welcomed you back was your cousin.
I mean,
What's his story? Where's he?
he's just locked up in prison.
Right, so you got out May 31st of 24. What did you do after that?
I applied for a job at Evergreen, 10-hour shifts, and I didn't really like it because I was standing on my feet too much, so I applied for another job at Bright Buttons.
Doing what?
We was like putting sheets and tiles in the machines, stuff like that. It was like for like $11 an hour, and I applied for Bright Buddies, and I got hired there, and I love that job.
What is that?
It's a healthcare job. I take care of disabled adults.
Where at?
Out there in South Euclid. I work in, they buildings in South Euclid, but I work at home from their business. It's attached to their business, and I pass meds and take care of clients, get them up for work and stuff like that.
And how long you been doing that?
For a year and a half since I
Okay.
came home.
And what's the schooling you're going to?
It's called Ohio Business College. It's for electrician
Where's that?
out there in Elyria,
Where do you live?
in East Cleveland.
How do you get there?
My classmate taking me, and the person behind, she had taken me too.
Okay. When did you start that place?
It's September of last year.
Okay. And you've been in here for 58 days now?
No, I've been here since last Monday.
Okay. Well, 58 altogether.
Altogether.
Okay. So why did you come in here last Monday?
Because I got told that I violated my bond, and I'm not about to make work like harder on me than I already had. So it was
Why
like
did you
doing-
violate your bond?
Smoking marijuana.
Why did you smoke marijuana?
I should have went and asked for counseling. I should have went and did something. I was smoking, dealing with my PSD, just dealing with trauma, thinking that it keep me calm. It keep me
Did that
focused.
cure your trauma?
It only side. It only push you off for real.
how often were you smoking it?
I was smoking every day.
Okay. How were you able to concentrate on what's going on in school if you're smoking pot?
I've been smoking since I was young, so
Okay. And how's that worked out for you?
well, it got me back in here, so it didn't work out too good.
Well, if you've been smoking since you were young, you've been in trouble since you were young. Is there any correlation there between the two, the drug use and getting in trouble?
Yes. it
Yes, there
definitely-
is. There's a direct correlation. So, what's your cousin's name?
Antoine Washington.
Okay, so when you got out, why did you start hanging around Washington?
It all started when he helped me get a car. Well, he told me where to go. I could finance a car.
Where?
It was in Cleveland Heights dealership. So when I went up there, I got a car. And I guess since that, I started to hang with him more, you know. Because I was at home, he was like, let's go try to get a car. You got the money for it, you know, before I even committed all these crimes. Like, you know, you got the money for it. And I was like, I don't believe I can get it. You know, I don't got a license.
Where'd you get the money for it?
I was gambling on FanDuel, using my working money to place bets.
FanDuel,
Yeah, place bets.
another great idea brought to you by the legislators.
And then
I don't mean that, I mean it's a really stupid idea, all this gambling shit, but go ahead.
And then I realized how good my credit was. And he was like, well, you can get phones in your name too. And then once we financed the phones, he was like, hey, we can sell these phones. And then that right there sparked something.
Okay.
After I couldn't get the phones in my name no more, that's when we ended up coming up with an idea to still be able to get the phones. And that's where all this took place.
Okay. Well, you knew he was a no-good, rotten son of a bitch to begin with, right?
My mom said the
Thief,
same thing.
right?
Yes.
Okay. So how did you engage in this scheme with Washington?
By being with him, picking
What did
him
you
up.
do? I mean, you had a plan going into Verizon. What did you do?
I'll go in there and let them run my credit because I had a good credit. And they would bring out the phones, and then I talk to them about getting phone cases. And me, the employee, would walk away, and he'd come in and grab them and walk out.
So they left the phones on the counter where you were talking
Yeah.
and walked with you to the other section where the cases are?
Yes,
Okay. And they willingly did that each time you went in these stores?
yes, because my
Any-
credit,
Huh?
because my credit was good.
Well, didn't you get refused once on putting these on an account because of your credit?
I only used my name the whole time, so it always worked with my name.
Okay. How many times did you do this?
Bunch of times in the month of June.
All Verizons?
Verizon, one T-Mobile.
Where did the phones end up?
Ended up going to the buyer.
What?
Ended up going to the person who was buying it.
What did you get out of this?
It'd be like $650, so we'd split it. For each phone, we'd split it.
Okay, so these phones are like, what, $1,200, something like that? So who's selling them, Washington or you?
I played a part in it, so I say we both, but he knew the person
No,
to sell it to.
once you got away with these phones, was it him that took the
Yes.
phones and ran out of the store?
Yes,
That's how you did it each time?
yes.
All right. What was your part in selling these phones after they were taken from the stores?
That was my part to get the phones.
I know. What part did you have in selling the phones?
Did he take him? He took him.
Yeah, he took them. That was in his control.
Where was he
I think.
selling them?
To a store on Mayfield.
What kind of store?
It was like a convenience store slash phone store.
A convenience store that sells like beer and wine and bread and Cheetos and stuff?
They have all that in it, but some of that, it was like, I've never seen the store before. Like, it was kind of like, you know, you walk through the back, you walk to the back, they sell phones, fixed phones, and they got the counter in the front where you could buy juices and chips and stuff like that.
Where at in Mayfield?
Right by Cleveland Heights Honda dealership,
Okay. And that's where he went each time to sell them?
every time,
So he's selling them for $650?
yes.
What do they do with them then? Any idea?
I don't know. I always thought about it, like what they do, because if you buy them for, like, I don't think you can sell them for a higher price in the store. We probably could, but I don't really know.
According to a police report, Your Honor, some of these phones were found overseas.
Wow,
Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Right, I believe that that's what the report, I know. That's what the report says. They tracked, I don't know how they tracked these things, but they were overseas.
I wonder if that store is still in business.
Don't know.
So here's the thing now. You tell me you got this job that you like, you got this schooling. The schooling is to become an electrician.
Yes.
How much more schooling do you have to do?
I was set to graduate in July of this year,
Okay? And then what?
and then well, they enroll you into jobs. Like, they put your name out there, and you get enrolled in jobs pretty easily from that. So they really got high attendance of people getting jobs right out there. And I fell in love with that. It's sad to say it's probably too late, but I fell in love with that. I feel like that's my destiny.
Well, it's not too late unless you make it too late. It's too late if you run into Washington again. How much time is Washington doing?
A year.
Where, out of where? Cuyahoga?
Here.
Up,
Here?
upstairs.
Okay, so Washington's gonna get out sometime within the next year, right? And guess who he's gonna call? Guess who he's gonna call?
Me?
Right. Why wouldn't he?
No,
I mean, you had a job last time, right? You had money last time. And he called you and you figured out what the hell. So why wouldn't he call you again?
If he called me, I got the willpower to be like, I'm not messing with you.
Okay.
I'm tired of being smart but dumb.
But you know what? I would have thought you would have been tired of being smart but dumb after you got out in May 31st of 24, but you got right back in it.
I had quit selling drugs, and I feel victim again to trying to make some fast money. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, you didn't fall victim to it. You
I'm not
decided
victim.
you decided you wanted to do it.
Yes, and I
Okay,
was
you weren't a
done.
victim in any sense of the word.
I was embarrassed. I'm embarrassed for my actions.
Well, you should be, okay?
I hate
And
myself
you
for doing
were
this.
an easy mark for Washington. I don't know his record, but I would guess by what the scheme he set up, if he set it up, that he's been a criminal his entire life and he's never going to change. That's my guess. You think I'm accurate about that?
You are. I'm 100% right.
Okay. So who do you live with?
I live with my mom and my auntie, my uncle, my brother.
So you've been smoking pot since you were young, right? Every day?
Yes.
Okay. So why am I to think that's going to stop now?
Looking back at my history, you probably wouldn't think it wouldn't stop.
Right, that's
Right.
exactly what I think, so tell me, why should I think otherwise?
So I ain't trying to go back to prison, make my life harder than I already had.
Okay? So that's the logical thought, that's what you should do, but you probably thought that on May 31st of '24, right?
Yes.
So how do you turn this logical thought into action?
Going to get some help,
What kind of help?
treatment
For what?
for substance abuse, substance use.
Did you know that you were violating your bond by smoking pot?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you sure you knew that? Or did you just, you knew and didn't care, or you didn't know?
I didn't. When I was in court, I heard that you had told me not to drive and to stay away from the Verizon stores, and that's what I kept telling myself not to do. You know, not to drive.
Okay.
And that.
You probably didn't think it was a violation of your bond to smoke pot because the genius population made it legal in Ohio, but it's not legal for you when you're on probation or when you're on bond, right?
Right.
So it seems to me an electrician has to be able to pay attention to detail. Because if you don't, you'll get zapped by doing the wrong thing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Attention to detail on everything,
Everything.
everything. How do you get around?
When I get paid, I'll use Uber or Lyft or extra rides,
Okay.
which is very expensive.
Well, it's just a jackpot you put yourself in. It's not impossible to get out of, but you put yourself in that position. You put yourself in a position where you're standing here in handcuffs and letting other people decide where you're gonna be. Why would you put yourself in a position, time and time again, to let somebody else decide where you're gonna be, what you're gonna do, who you have to talk to? Why do you keep doing that?
I ask myself the same thing,
Go get the answer, find the answer.
and I believe that it all starts with my thoughts that lead to my actions, and I gotta start by sitting myself down and thinking, or actually talking to somebody when I'm having these thoughts and stuff like that.
All right, anything else you want to say?
I just want to say once again, I apologize to the courts and to the police departments. I'm sorry for my actions.
All right, have a seat. Ms. Contour?
Thank you, Your Honor. As we discussed in chambers, the defendant does have a prior prison term. He has a warrant out for his arrest, and he violated his bond. All of those factors would recommend him for prison. I, more than most, probably consider the fact that he has enrolled himself in school to be an electrician to be a large mitigating factor. My father is retiring this year after being a tradesman for 50 years. Those skills are irreplaceable if he can complete that program. The only other thing that I did not address with Your Honor is restitution. We sent letters to every single Verizon store that was involved within this case. I covered the hearing or the sentencing for Antoine Washington as well. We did the same thing then. We never received anything back. Our Victims Advocate Office attempted to reach out to all of those stores, and we never received a letter or any type of number in order to ask for restitution. Restitution was not granted in the prior case, and I have no number to ask for today, Your Honor. I just wanted to put that on the record that we made those attempts.
Why do you suppose that is?
Well, Your Honor, I would think that if they cared, that they would take the time to write a victim impact statement. But I don't know that for sure, Your Honor.
Okay. Probably because they just charge more fees for people who use Verizon. So they just pass the cost along. Which seems irresponsible on their part, but what do they care? They're getting it, so. That's why I switched carriers. But that's, doesn't really matter here today. All right, I've reviewed the pre-sentence report and listened to you, listened to Mr. Jordan, Ms. Contour, considered all the provisions in 29, 29, 11, 12, and 13. And you're either going to be 29 and then moving forward, coming in and out of court for the rest of your life, or you're not. It's one of those two options. No magic here. You're either going to decide that you're going to stop doing this stuff, or you're going to decide you're going to keep doing this stuff. So figure it out. I'll place you on community control for 4 years. 60 days in jail with credit for 58. You're to have no drugs or alcohol, and you'll be screened. And when you get screened, you get caught. You're going to get a drug and alcohol evaluation, and you're going to follow the recommendations. You're going to get a mental health evaluation, and you're going to follow those recommendations. You're going to obtain and maintain full employment or school, or a combination of employment and school that equates to full-time. Any warrants that are out there still, you're going to clear as part of your probation. And you're going to pay the cost and supervision fees in this case. Ms. Randallson, any other terms you think are applicable?
No, Your Honor.
You understand the terms?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any question about the terms?
No, Your Honor.
If you don't comply with the terms, the state will file a motion to terminate your community control. And if I find you violated, you're looking at 72 months in prison. You understand that?
Yes, Your
You
Honor.
understand that? On count 12, you're going to get a lifetime driver's license suspension. The remaining charges are dismissed. Anything else, Ms. Contour?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Mr. Jordan?
Nothing further, Your Honor. We thank you.
Mr. Green?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Figure out, from February 11th forward, how you want to live your life.
All rise.
endangering children, a felony of the 4th degree. This case was referred to the Lake County Adult Probation Department for a pre-sentence investigation and report, as well as a drug and alcohol evaluation. Those reports have been completed. The state has had an opportunity to review those reports, and the state is ready to proceed with sentencing. There are 59 days of jail time credit. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. On behalf of Ms. Hudson is respectfully asking the court to impose a period of community control in this matter. Ms. Hudson has accepted responsibility for her conduct through her guilty plea. She's 41 years old, married, and has 4 kids. 3 of those 4 kids are currently residing with their father. Temporary emergency custody was granted as a result of this case. However, Ms. Hudson does have a juvenile court hearing set for early March to address that, the custody situation once this matter has been disposed of.
Where, over here?
Yes, that's correct. Your Honor, Ms. Hudson previously suffered from a heroin addiction. It's something that she's been able to maintain sobriety from for 4.5 years. And as the court's aware, she has previously been charged with child endangering. 2 of those prior charges were a result of her heroin use, which is something that she has conquered and been able to keep at bay. However, as the court is aware, she does still struggle with periodic use of other substances. Upon her bond being reinstated in this matter, Your Honor, Ms. Hudson did obtain an alcohol and other drugs assessment through Sparrow Health. She indicated that she has continued to go to Sparrow Health weekly for drug screens and counseling. And if this court were to order that she complete intensive outpatient treatment, they do have that available as well. Ms. Hudson has 59 days of jail time credit in this matter, which gave her a significant amount of time to think about her conduct and how she ended up in this situation, as well as ways to avoid it happening again in the future. And Your Honor, Ms. Hudson is respectfully asking the court to grant community control without additional jail time so that she can tend to her parenting and custody matters.
All right. Ms. Hudson, what do you have to say?
This was a big eye-opening mistake. I've been sober from heroin for 4.5 years, and I guess I became a little complacent with that. So it was probably a good thing that I came in here testing positive, because I don't want there to be any way that I ever risk actually permanently losing my kids, because I care about them a lot, and I do try to put them first. I try to put them first all the time. And
It seems like you spent time putting your drug use first.
I did. You're right about that. And this has been very eye-opening, sitting in jail for 57 or 59 days, whatever it was, and having no control over anything. The fact that they were able to go to their dad that never really saw them anyways before that, it really hit hard. And I don't want there to be any way that I permanently lose them, because I care about them a lot. And I feel like I'm one of the only people that does.
So where are they now?
They are with him, but technically with his mother in Chardon at the moment. She's elderly, she can't control them. My one daughter is refusing to go to school weekly, and she can't do anything about it because she's in her 70s and she's not well.
Where is their father?
He is working or never around. I don't know what he does, but he's never there.
Okay. How old are they?
My oldest, who is 15, is actually still with me because she refused to go there. She did not want to go with him. And then the other three are 13, 11, and 6.
Okay. And before all this happened, last, what, July?
Yes, that's correct.
That's when the younger three went with him, right?
No, he only took emergency custody of the one, the one that this whole thing involved. And then the other two, he did not take custody of until like 3 weeks after I was in jail.
Okay. So what had been his contact with them prior to this?
He is very in and out. He's not consistent. His parents live half the year in Florida, and they will come back periodically when they're living down there, and he will see them when his parents are around, and he disappears as soon as they go back down to Florida. I think
How long has he been doing that?
since we have not been together in 2020.
Okay. So those three don't want to be where they are?
They do not. And he doesn't even really seem to want them because we've kind of discussed the custody. Once we saw the magistrate over at juvenile courts, and she said if we can come to an agreement with custody that she would sign off on it, and he's okay with seeing them once a month, which I doubt he'll do, but that's what we'll have in paper.
He's okay with what?
He's okay with only seeing them once a month, like one weekend a month, and then I take them the rest of the time. But I doubt that'll last very long, but it's what will be on paper through the courts.
Well, that's your hope or expectation in March?
Yeah.
March what?
You know, I want to say it's the 11th. I don't know. I was going to actually go over there because I got to pick up some paperwork so that we can work out a schedule.
How come you don't know that date?
We were just there, and I don't know. I didn't have the paperwork in front of me.
Okay, their misery is because of your actions.
Yes.
Not because of his actions.
No, oh, I know. I am aware of that. I know. But I went there like a couple weeks ago, and I wasn't going to miss that.
Do you have a drug problem right now?
Right now, no. No.
When did the drug problem stop?
I guess when you put me in jail.
Why were you using cocaine while this case was going on?
We were in the middle of moving, and I have a hard time with motivation when it comes to big things, and like things that are just seem like too much. I get overwhelmed very easily, and I don't know. It's not an excuse, but I just thought that maybe that would help. I don't know.
Well, you say you quit heroin, what, 4.5 years ago? is
Yes,
that?
that's correct.
Okay. Why did you quit heroin?
Because I was put in jail.
What?
Because I was put in jail and I didn't want to lose my kids.
Okay. And those were the child endangering charges were directly related to that?
Yes,
The previous ones?
yes.
How did you stop using heroin?
I experienced a long time of sobriety, and I realized that I did not want to live like that anymore. The day-to-day struggles, trying to obtain heroin and get money for it, and I didn't want to live like that anymore.
So when did you start in on the cocaine?
It was probably in September when we moved. It was end of August, beginning of September.
Of-
And it
of
wasn't.
25?
What's that?
Of 25?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it wasn't a very consistent use. I don't know why I thought it helped me, because.
What led to your decision, and I'm going to assume for the purposes of this conversation that you're being honest with me.
Yes,
Which drug addicts usually are dishonest.
I understand that, yes.
And manipulative, right?
Yeah.
So assuming that you're being honest with me, why did you, after 4 years of not using drugs, what led to the decision to take the cocaine the first time?
because I was hanging out with somebody that had it.
Who?
What's that?
Who?
A friend of mine that works at a bar in Wickliffe.
Which bar?
It was Kate's Bar.
Ah,
Yeah, I'm
Kate's
sure.
Bar.
Yeah.
It always comes back to Kate's Bar and Giovanni's. Okay. Who was that? Who was your friend?
My friend Brandy.
Brandy?
Yes.
Bartender at Kate's Bar?
Yes.
Why were you hanging around Brandy at Kate's Bar?
Because I hadn't seen her in a really long time. And she texted me one day and we hung out and that was it.
Okay. Were you drinking at the bar?
A little bit, yes.
All right. What made you think that was a good idea since you're a drug addict?
Because I've drank occasionally and I've been okay with that. I mean, up until making that decision, I can have a few beers and be fine and not need anything the next day, but after doing that, it probably is a different reason why I can't drink. Not necessarily that I'll become addicted to drinking, but it does lead to bad decisions for sure.
Okay. So that was in September,
Yes.
and then when's the next time you used it?
I don't know, but the last time I used it was the weekend before I came here for court.
Okay. How many times did you use it in between September and the last time you were here?
Between September and the last time I was here, it was probably maybe 5 times. It wasn't many times.
Did you realize in September when you did it the first time, did you realize that that was a really stupid and horrible decision?
At that moment, no, I did not.
Why not?
Because I felt like I said, we were in the middle of moving, and I just felt like it helped me, and I don't know, but
How did it help you when you were moving?
it gave me a little more energy.
I know, but you were sitting in a bar using it.
Well, that's when the idea came about to use for moving. Because
So
I
did you
used
use
that
it
night at the
that
bar.
day you were at the bar?
What's that?
Did you use it the day you were at the bar?
Yes, I did.
So Brittany's dealing drugs out of the bar?
What's that?
Brittany's dealing drugs out of the bar?
No, but she just had some.
All right. Where did you get it the other 5 times?
There is a guy in Cleveland off of Wayside. I don't know his actual name. I think he goes by Ace.
Ace. That's not Ace from Detroit, is it?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, these guys don't give you much information
How
about
did you
them
manage to find Ace?
from a long time ago.
Well, where's Wayside?
It's off of Euclid.
Where?
Off of Euclid Avenue.
Off of Euclid. Where? Around where?
Right into Cleveland, like right when you get into Cleveland. It's
Okay.
a couple streets down.
So how long had it been since you bought anything from Ace?
A long time, years.
Which was what? Heroin?
Yeah.
So how is it that 4 or 5 years later, you were able to contact Ace?
Because I still had that number in my head.
In your head?
Yep. I dialed it every day for years.
So Ace kind of fanned out in the cocaine with
I
heroin?
mean, they usually have everything.
Why did you keep going back?
For the cocaine?
Yeah.
I mean, it was a few times, I don't know, because I would have big projects like moving a U-Haul storage unit or moving, it wasn't very many times, it was a few times. It was usually when I came back up here for
Well,
something.
we're talking about you test positive. In November, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so between sometime in September and November, so a period of 2 months, you used at least 6 times, right?
Probably, yeah.
6, 7 times, at least 7 times. So it's more than once a month that you indicated to the evaluator, right?
No, I wouldn't say that. Well, yeah, I guess because it was in between such a
It's
short
7
period of time,
times in
maybe.
2 months, at a minimum, 7 times in 2 months, right?
Probably a handful of times, yeah, could be.
I'm just going on based on what you're telling me. You told me initially November and then 5 other times.
Well, I mean, initially it was September, and then,
I know.
yeah, probably 6 times.
Okay. So the last time you used was in November?
Yes, that's correct.
Why haven't you used since then?
Because I want to prove that I can do this for myself and for my kids and to the court, that I can be out and maintain sobriety, because I want this. I don't want to live like that anymore. I don't want to go down that path again. I really don't.
I would imagine you don't.
Because it's hell. It's literal hell.
Doesn't seem like a good time.
It's not.
So this move down to Marietta has caused you some anxiety to the point you feel overwhelmed with things, right?
I do suffer from ADHD, and I was refusing to take any Adderall or anything like that for a really long time, and I don't want to.
That's a focus issue, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
And
so this overwhelming issue, do you have some sort of mental health diagnosis that
I have
causes
been
you to
diagnosed with
become-
ADHD, which, yes, it presents as, for a lot of people, that you get overwhelmed by big tasks, and it's hard to start, and procrastination and things like that.
When were you diagnosed with that?
I think it was 2019. It was when I was at Laurelwood. The psychiatrist that I talked to there diagnosed me with ADHD.
All right. And you were at Laurelwood for the heroin stuff,
Yes,
right?
that's correct.
Okay, so were you prescribed medication at that point?
She prescribed me Adderall for a short period of time while I was doing IOP there, and then aftercare. And then after, she was unable to prescribe that, and I was...
Why?
Because she was no longer my doctor.
Okay,
If
then-
I wasn't doing IOP or aftercare there, I couldn't.
Okay, so did you go to another doctor then?
It was hard to... No, actually, I didn't. I relapsed. And it's hard to find somebody else that might... And I don't necessarily even want to be prescribed Adderall, to be totally honest. But I have not done much therapy when it comes to that issue.
Why not?
I don't know.
Well, you didn't want to, right?
Maybe. I mean, it's not that I didn't necessarily want to. I had a lot on my plate at the time. I have a daughter that has major behavioral and mental illness issues, and a lot of my time has been spent dealing with her.
How do you deal with her?
I've had to take her to therapy.
What are you trying to accomplish?
With her,
Yeah.
I just want her to be happy, and she just never seemed happy.
So you think it's important to pursue evaluation, treatment, right?
Yes.
So why don't you think that's important for you?
I just don't put myself first.
Okay, now part of her unhappiness is probably
It probably
because of
is
this
my
shit
fault.
going on, right?
I know. I'm aware.
Okay.
Yeah.
So until you cure that, you're not you're not making yourself happy, you're not making anybody else happy in your life.
I've been working on that. I have.
What is this Spiro place you went to?
They do drug and alcohol treatment. I've been going there once a week. They do have IOP. When I didn't,
They concluded you don't need any further treatment?
that's what they said, and I told them, but I've been going there every week, because the first woman I talked to said, she said she'd set up a drug and alcohol screen and an appointment with their doctor there, and she said that would probably be it, because she didn't feel that I had a problem.
Well, did she feel that you didn't have a problem based on what you were telling her?
Yes, that's correct.
So you weren't being truthful with her?
No, I was being truthful with her. I told her it was a couple
I
times.
don't know how you could, so did you tell her what you told me?
Yes, and
Uh-huh.
I was, to be totally honest, I was surprised. And I have talked to the doctors since then, and I've asked them about IOP. They said that they have it, so I can attend IOP.
How could they conclude that? They don't seem, if that's all accurate, they don't seem like they're very, very good at what they do. Not that that matters, because they could be the best at what they do, and if you don't put any effort into it, it doesn't gonna matter.
No,
So, when's the last time you had a mental health evaluation?
probably, I mean, I don't know if they would have considered that a mental health evaluation when I went there. I'm not really sure. They asked me a bunch of questions, but I mean, before that, it's been a while.
When are you, how long are you gonna be living in Marietta?
That's gonna be my permanent residence.
Are you working right now?
I actually, I just had a job interview with a company for sales, and it's a remote position, and I'm supposed to hear back from them sometime today, and she already told me that I'd probably, if they do hire me, I would start training on Monday.
What kind of, where, what kind of company?
It's called The Weed Man. It's like a lawn thing, and it would just be remote. They're a company that does yard work, or not yard work, but kind of like fertilizing and weed control, and they do that across the country.
You strike me as somebody who's come here, and the goal, once you got here, is to get out of here with as little disruption in your life as possible. I sense that through your evaluation and your statements. If that's your goal, you may temporarily accomplish that goal, but in the long run, you're gonna fail, because I'm not sure you're interested in addressing your situation the way it needs to be addressed.
I want to do whatever I need to do to avoid any sort of legal issues. I want to be able to take care of my kids. I want to do
So whatever, when you say whatever you need to do, what exactly is that?
any treatment that I need to do. I mean, I'm willing to do IOP. I know that I can do this. I've been sober from heroin for 4.5 years, which was, it was hard, very hard in the beginning.
You know, when you bought that, or when you got that cocaine from Brittany, and when you bought it from Ace, did you get some sort of written guarantee about what you were getting?
No,
And how did you know what you were getting?
I didn't.
How did you know there wasn't heroin in it?
I didn't know
How did
that.
you know there wasn't fentanyl in it?
I did not know that.
Okay, but you did it anyway.
I guess it never really crossed my mind, but yeah, I did it.
See, to me, somebody that was hooked on heroin for a long time, which meant fentanyl, essentially,
Yeah,
would after they stop using it for 4.5 years, that would be the first thing that crosses their mind. But that was a situation of you putting yourself before anybody else, namely your kids.
you're right.
And you doing what exactly you wanted to do, consequences be damned. That's what concerns me about you. Now, could be I'm reading you wrong, I don't know.
I think you are. I mean, because I know I can do this.
Well, time will tell. Because in the long run, it doesn't matter if I'm reading you right or wrong. Okay, you're gonna do what you're gonna do. And it's gonna be either right or it's gonna be wrong, so. Anything else you wanna say?
At this time, no.
Similar?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's clear that the defendant hasn't taken responsibility in this case. She's not been honest, she's not been accountable. She's minimized her behavior, both with her drug use and what happened in this case. She said that she was on autopilot and this was an honest mistake, but she left her 10-year-old daughter in a public place late at night. It wasn't a brief oversight, this was a serious lapse in parental judgment that left her daughter at risk. Her daughter was crying hysterically, scared. She came out of that restaurant, her mom was gone. And the defendant's story lacked any credibility. She said, I was on autopilot, I just picked up this order, I delivered it, and I went home. But the flock cameras paint a different picture. She was at Maple Grove and State Route 91 in Willoughby at 10:41. At 10:45 p.m., Willoughby Police Department is dispatched. At 10:54, she's at the Willoughby Hills Towers, presumably making her delivery. And again, at 10:59, she's back at Maple Grove Road and State Route 91. There's no flock hits for 37 minutes, and then she shows up in Menor. And she doesn't call the Willoughby police until 11:58 p.m., over an hour after she's left her child. And this isn't the first time that she's endangered her children, as the court is aware. She says she's going to do anything for her kids, but her behavior, her repeated behavior, suggests otherwise. She continues to use drugs, and she continues to endanger her children. She said that she had a drug and alcohol assessment, and they didn't think she needed any treatment. Again, minimizing her drug use and her behavior. Her prior convictions have represented multiple opportunities for intervention and for her to change her behavior, and she still hasn't done it. 2019, she overdosed in front of her kids. 2020, she left her 4 children in the car for over an hour while she was inside BioLife. 2021, again, she overdosed in front of her kids, and the police found syringes that were readily accessible to her children. And in 2023, a neighbor found her 3-year-old son walking in the middle of the road, a half-mile away from her home, with a diaper so full it was hanging off of him and hanging on the ground. And then again, 2025, she leaves her daughter. She somehow escaped any real accountability for any of these charges. They were all pled down to either misdemeanor child endangering or a criminal trespass charge. And she continues to do these things to her children. So the state is asking the court to impose a sentence in this case that sends a message to the defendant. Enough is enough. Her kids deserve better. For that reason, the state is asking the court impose community control sanctions with significant jail time. Thank you.
All right. Why don't you have a license?
I just haven't had the money to do everything I need to do to get it back.
What do you need to do to get it back?
Well, at this point, since they changed some law, I can now go and pay my fine through the BMV, and I got to take a driver's test and also get an SR22
Okay, when are you gonna do that?
as soon as I can.
Okay. What were you doing, hanging around 91 in Maple Grove?
I was doing DoorDash deliveries.
Okay, well, if there's these flock cameras all over the place, why did it not register anything for 37 minutes when you were in that area?
I don't know.
Were you hanging around the Skylight Inn, maybe?
No, absolutely not,
Why not?
because I've never been there before and I don't know anybody there.
You know what that place is?
I do, actually, yeah.
How do you know that?
Just from, I knew a guy that I used to work with. He divorced his wife, and he was living there for a while. I've never been there, though.
Well, it's a big drug den is what it is.
Oh.
Makes me think maybe you were hanging around the Skylight Inn.
I was not. I was doing deliveries.
Okay. Because it didn't register with you that your 10-year-old was no longer in the car for quite a period of time.
I was doing DoorDash deliveries.
I know you were.
Yeah.
I know you were.
I was not at the Skylight Inn.
All right, I reviewed the pre-sentence report and the evaluation, and I have considered all the provisions in 29, 29, 11, 12, and 13. I've listened to Ms. Hudson and counsel. And having considered all the provisions of the applicable statutes in this case, I'm going to place you on community control for a period of 4 years. You're going to serve 89 days in the jail with credit for 59. You have no drugs or alcohol, and you'll be screened. You're going to complete an intensive outpatient drug and alcohol program and follow recommendations. You're going to obtain a mental health evaluation and follow all recommendations. You're to see only one doctor and one dentist and one pharmacy for prescription medication. Any medication that is prescribed, you're to take only as prescribed. You're going to sign releases so probation can get your records. You're going to attend at least 2 AA or NA meetings per week and obtain a sponsor. You're going to obtain full employment, get a valid driver's license, and pay the cost and supervision fees in this case. Do you understand the terms?
Yes.
Mr. Tompkins, any other terms you think are applicable?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. Just with the probation, is it going to stay here or do we transfer?
And I'm getting there. Any question about the terms?
So am I doing more jail time then?
Yeah.
Okay. No.
All right, if you violate the terms, the state will file a motion to terminate your community control, and if I find you violated, then you face potentially 18 months in prison. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you live in the city of Marietta?
Yes.
What county is that?
Washington.
All right, we're going to transfer this to supervision of Washington County. But I want to make sure, Mr. Tompkins, that we're keeping tabs on this rather than just some half-assed monthly report or whatever they do. So I want to know if she's actually doing what needs to be done so that she keeps coming in and out of court. Anything further, Ms. Himmeline?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Smith?
This time, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Jason. Don't have anything on you that's going to jam you up when you get to jail? No contraband, no drugs, no weapons?
Mr. Mulkey?
Thank you, Your Honor. That is all accurate. We're anticipating a change of plea today. I conferenced with my client and went over the plea paperwork with him. I believe he's competent to go forward as well. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Millsap, how old are you?
30.
How far did you go through school?
I graduated.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes.
Prior to coming to court, have you taken any drugs or alcohol or any prescription medication in the last 48 hours?
No.
Have you ever been diagnosed with or treated for any mental illness?
No.
Did you get a copy of this indictment?
Yes.
So you're pleading guilty to count 1, unauthorized use of felony 5, and then count 2 would be dismissed. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Before I accept your guilty plea, I need to determine that you know and understand the constitutional rights you'll be waiving, the consequences of your guilty plea, and the maximum penalty I could give you, and I need to be satisfied that your guilty plea is being made freely, knowingly, and voluntarily. I'm going to ask you questions. If you don't understand a question, stop me. If you want to talk to Mr. Mulkey some more, let me know, and I'll give you more time. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You have a constitutional right to have a trial, either to me or to a jury of 12 Lake County citizens. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you go to a jury trial, all 12 members must agree to a guilty verdict before you can be found guilty. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you go to trial, the prosecutor will call witnesses to testify against you. Do you understand the prosecutor must prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt at a trial?
Yes.
After the witnesses are done testifying for the prosecutor, you have the constitutional right to have your lawyer cross-examine the witnesses. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you go to trial, you have the right to have witnesses come here and testify for you. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If those witnesses refuse to come to court, I'll issue an order called a subpoena to make them testify. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
You have the right to testify at trial if you want to. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
You have the constitutional right to not testify at trial if you do not want to. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you decide not to testify at trial, nobody is permitted to comment on that decision. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you go to trial and you're found guilty, you have the right to appeal the guilty finding. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you file an appeal, you have the constitutional right to have a lawyer represent you in the appeal. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you could not afford to hire a lawyer, one would be provided at no cost to you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you file an appeal, you're entitled to have a transcript of all the hearings in this case. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you could not afford a copy of those transcripts, they'd be given to you at no cost. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you plead guilty today, you will not have the right to appeal the guilty finding. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about any of these rights?
No.
Do you still want to plead guilty to this charge?
Yeah.
You understand by pleading guilty, you're fully admitting your guilt to the charge.
Yeah.
You understand by pleading guilty to this felony that you're voluntarily giving up your freedom for whatever period of time I could sentence you to prison, to jail, or to community control.
Yes.
Unauthorized use of a vehicle is a felony of the 5th degree. It carries a 12-month maximum prison sentence and a $2,500 maximum fine. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that if a prison term is imposed in this case, you might have to serve a period of post-release control for up to 2 years under the parole authority?
Yes.
If you are placed on post-release control and violate any conditions, the parole authority could send you back to prison for up to 9 months for each violation, up to 1/2 of my sentence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If that violation is a new felony, you could get an additional consecutive prison sentence for the violation. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If that were to occur, the maximum prison sentence for the violation would be the greater of 12 months or the time left under post-release control. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You understand that if a prison term is imposed in this case, you are eligible for judicial release.
Yes.
I could place you on community control for up to 5 years, but if you violate any conditions, I could send you to prison for 12 months. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Has anybody promised you I would be lenient on you just because you're pleading guilty today?
No.
Anybody promised you what I will sentence you to in this case?
No.
You understand I don't have to follow the sentencing recommendation of either the prosecutor or your lawyer?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to talk to Mr. Mulkey before pleading guilty today?
Yes.
Has he discussed everything about your case and answered all of your questions?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with the advice he's given you?
Yeah.
Have you been threatened or coerced in any way to plead guilty today?
No.
Are you freely, knowingly, and voluntarily entering your guilty plea?
Yes.
Do you have any questions at this point?
No.
Mr. Anoff, if the case went to trial, what would the evidence show?
Your Honor, the evidence would have shown that between June 5th and June 10th in Wickliffe, Lake County, Ohio, the defendant, Alan Millsap, did knowingly operate a 2013 Chrysler 200 beyond the consent of daily frequency rentals. The defendant had the vehicle in his possession for more than 48 hours past the due date, which was, again, on June 5th.
Mr. Mulkey, anything to add to those facts?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Millsap, did you hear what Mr. Knopf said, that the facts would show if the case went to trial?
Yes.
Are those facts true?
Yes.
What is your plea to count one, unauthorized use of a vehicle, a felony 5?
What do I say?
Oh, it'd be guilty.
Guilty.
Mr. Mulkey?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, for the record, I've witnessed the defendant and defense counsel sign the written plea of guilty. I'm now signing it myself, and with your permission, I'll return to the bench.
Mr. Millsap, is this your signature on the written plea of guilty?
Yes.
Did you sign it voluntarily?
Yes.
Do you want me to accept your written plea of guilty?
Yes.
I'll accept the written plea of guilty. The defendant was present. Mr. Mulkey advised of all of his rights when a knowing, intelligent, voluntary waiver. He understands the nature of the charge, the consequence of his guilty plea, and the maximum penalty. Find it to be knowing, intelligent, voluntary. Will accept his plea of guilty and find him guilty of count 1. Unauthorized use of a vehicle, a felony 5. I'll refer this for a pre-sentence report. Sentencing will be March 25 at 2:30. Bond is continued. Anything else, Mr. Knopf?
Just a victim impact statement.
Victim impact statement also. Anything else, Mr. Mulkey?
Not at all, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, we're adjourned.
All rise.
Request that the court dismiss the remaining counts upon the acceptance of that plea. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Tomaszek?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I did relay that information to Ms. Sutton. She is aware of the plea offer, and she intends to have some more conversations with her assigned attorney regarding the case and the plea offer. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to set this case for a jury trial, March 23 at 8 o'clock. We'll set this for another hearing that will take place March 11 at 10 a.m., and that will be the point where, Ms. Sutton, you will either accept the offer and plead guilty, or we'll proceed to trial on the 23rd. You understand that?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Horanik?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Tomaszek?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, we're adjourned.
All rise.
abilities, and no victim impact statement was returned, and the defendant has 0 days of jail time credit. Thank you.
Tomaszek?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I have spoken to Mr. Fuller. We would like to ask the court today for the minimum sentence to be imposed for Mr. Fuller. Your Honor, Mr. Fuller understands that the gun specification is mandatory time, and I explained to him that any time after that would have to run consecutive for the underlying offense. So we'd just like to ask for the minimum in that. Your Honor, as you know, Mr. Fuller is currently serving an 18-month prison term on a prior weapons under disability case. With regard to Mr. Fuller, Your Honor, I understand that he has been in your courtroom quite a few times. You're very familiar with Mr. Fuller and his mental health issues. So there's not too much to say with that just because Mr. Fuller's been in this courtroom with you many times. But Your Honor, his mental health issues are still an ongoing issue with him. When he is in jail, he is definitely a lot easier to talk to. He's been very understanding about this case. He's been very easy to talk to, Your Honor. So we would just like to ask the court today to impose the minimum sentence. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fuller, what do you want to tell me?
I just showing ownership of my actions. You know, there's nothing else for me to say for real. But I'm just showing ownership without the crime I committed. You know, I told the truth. You know, I just hope I get the best outcome in the sentence. You know.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bell.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state is asking for a prison term in this sentence. There's a 3-year gun spec, and then whatever additional time the court finds appropriate. Thank you.
All right, I've reviewed the pre-sentence report. Listen to Mr. Fuller, listen to counsel. On the charge of aggravated assault, I'm going to sentence you to 6 months. On the firearm specification, it's a 3-year sentence that has to be served by statute, consecutive to the 6-month sentence. So those two will be consecutive, and I'll run this entire sentence concurrent to the current prison sentence, and the costs are incurred or assessed. When you get out, you might be on post-release control for up to 2 years under the parole authority with conditions. If you violate the conditions, they could send you back to prison for up to 9 months for each violation, up to 1/2 of my sentence. If that violation is a new felony, you could get an additional consecutive prison sentence for the violation, the maximum of which is the greater of 12 months of the time left under post-release control. Anything else? Ms. Bell?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Tomaszek?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, adjourned.
All right.
versus Jeremy K. Thomas, case number 25 CR 001092. A three-count indictment in this matter was filed on January 16th of this year, alleging one count of assault, a felony of the 5th degree in violation of 2903.13a, and then 2 counts of harassment with a bodily substance, that one being felony of the 5th degree, one being a felony of the 3rd degree in violation of 2921.3a, felony 5, and then 29 for the felony 3. We have extended, we have provided discovery to defense counsel Mr. Matthews, and I had extended back on February 3rd the following offer that the defendant could plead to count 1, assault felony of the 5th degree, and a lesser included of count 3, attempted harassment with a bodily substance, a felony of the 4th degree, and that if he were to plead to that, we would dismiss the remaining counts at the time of sentencing. We would ask for a pre-sentence report, an investigation, victim impact statements, and a psychological evaluation. We have the standard caveats that he needs to maintain contact with his attorney, appear for all hearings, and we would keep that offer open until the time of our tentative change of plea date, whatever that may be.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
Your Honor, I spoke with Mr. Thomas. I did relay that offer to him. I did also advise him of the upcoming change of plea date and the jury trial date, so he has all of that information. Thank you.
Mr. Thomas, do you understand what the offer is in this case?
Yes.
Any questions about it?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to set this case for a jury trial April 13 at 8 o'clock. We'll have another hearing that will take place March 25th at 8:30, and that will be your opportunity to either accept the offer and plead guilty or to reject the offer and proceed to trial on April 13th. If you reject the offer, then it will no longer be available after that date. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Anything else, Ms. Linden?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Tomzik?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right.
like to proceed with sentencing.
Is that what you want to do, Mr. Poole?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right, what's your plea to that, to the charge?
I'm guilty as charged, Your Honor.
All right, I'll accept your guilty plea and find you guilty. So what do you want to tell me?
Well, should I stand?
It's up to you, I don't care.
You can stand.
Well, I accept, I did fail to show up, Your Honor.
Why?
I had a dirty urine. I just didn't want to face the consequences at that time, you know. But as you can see, I'm here today, and I accept full responsibility for my actions.
Okay, so what are you going to do about it?
Whatever the courts tell me to do, you know, after sitting for a while, it's no fun sitting in jail. I definitely don't want to sit any longer. I definitely don't want to have to go to prison over F5. So.
All right, but you told me that you would do whatever I tell you to do, but you didn't do what I told you to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right off the bat.
You're right.
So, do you continue to keep on doing drugs or what?
Am I gonna keep on continuing?
Yeah.
No. You know.
How long have you been doing drugs?
Been doing drugs a long time, on and off, you know.
Why do you keep doing that?
Honestly, I don't know, Your Honor. I am an addict. I'm an alcoholic. I admit that I am alcoholic. If I don't maintenance that my alcoholism, then I pick up.
Now, how did you manage to stay out of trouble between February of 17 and February of 25?
Well, actually, I do work.
Where do you work?
I work for Home Solutions, 216 Home Solutions.
What do they do?
Home remodeling, do rehabs, flooring, drywall, painting. I am a drug user, but I'm not in the streets trying to commit any crimes. I gave that up 20 years ago, almost 20.
Okay, last time you were here, I gave you not too much to do, right? You remember what I told you to do?
I do.
Told you to get a drug and alcohol evaluation. Follow their recommendations, get a mental health evaluation. Follow those recommendations and go to some AA meetings. Is that too much to do?
Honestly, yes.
It is.
It is, John.
Okay.
I'm just being honest with you.
All right, well, that's good.
I work 8.
At least you're
10,
being
12
honest with
hours.
me. It's more than 95% of the people do standing here. So what should the terms be?
I don't know. You tell me.
I told you, and you just told me it was too much. So you tell me what the realistic terms are. They're going to keep you from giving dirty urines if you show up.
No, honestly, I don't know. Honestly, I don't. You know, I'm on this side for a reason. You know, because I failed to do what was right. I don't know.
So I tried to, oh shit. I tried to steer you in a direction so that you'll stop doing drugs. Maybe you don't want to stop doing them. You not want to stop doing them?
Wow, that's it. If I say no, I'm going to jail. Like I say, I'm honest, so.
You should just continue to be honest at this point.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, you know.
What?
Part of me don't. I mean, I'm at the age now where I just don't, you know, I don't know. You know, I ask myself, am I really the probationable type? You know, because every time I did a crime, I accepted the terms of a plea bargain and I went to prison. You know, I did my time. I've never had probation. You know, never. I mean, I've never had to report to a probation officer. I never.
Why did you in the past? Why did you go to prison all the time?
I think because that was the easiest way for me to resolve it. And then too, I mean, they said I wasn't probationable. That's what I was told. You know.
Told by who?
Coward County justice system. You know, so I wasn't probationable for a long time. Until I got older, then all of a sudden I'm probationable. But I mean, I was comfortable. I got comfortable accepting plea deals. Just going to do my time and coming home. I do drugs, but I'm not a bad person. I mean, I'm sure you hear that all the time. You know, I do have a family. You know, I do make an honest dollar.
Well, tell me this, when if you could remember this, in February of 17, you had a criminal damaging in Cleveland Heights Court.
Yeah, I did.
What was that all about?
That was the thing with me and my ex-girlfriend. And to be totally honest, she wasn't even coming to court for that. But I just wanted to do the right thing and not waste the court time. So I went in there and, you know, I accepted my guilt. You know, she destroyed some of my personal belongings. And, you know, I figured the only way to get her back without putting my hands on her or anything was to break something of hers.
Where do you live?
I stay in Marcella Arms with my daughter. For now.
Who, Tony?
Yes.
So before that 17th thing, you had you look like you're awful busy in the mid-90s.
Yeah, that's when
A lot of
cocaine-
thefts.
The 90s was when, you know, cocaine was the drug of choice.
And you kept spent most of that mid-90s in prison, right?
Correct.
Not for long periods of time, but many periods of time.
Yes.
And you had a couple minor things right after you got out, thefts, all misdemeanors. '03, a drug, cocaine, I assume. Went to prison for a little bit. Motor vehicle theft in '07, went to prison for a little bit. And then nothing till 17, that was that criminal damaging misdemeanor, and then this in 25. So your assessment of your life for the last 20 years is accurate from the standpoint that you're not out hurting anybody. But the problem is, if I put you back on probation, what are the chances that Mr. Tompkins is going to set aside his whole Monday for you to show up, and he'll have wasted his Monday because you ain't going to show up?
Honestly, I could try to do the best I could do. Honestly, to try to meet the terms and conditions, but I don't want to be standing here in front of you again, explaining why I didn't meet those terms.
How many days has he been in, Dave? 114?
So he has 114 total, he's been in 79 on a probation violation.
Okay. You know why you've been in, you know why you've been sitting here so long on this thing?
Honestly,
79 days?
No, I don't know.
Because you didn't show up. Now, if you showed up and you tested positive, then you wouldn't have been sitting here for 79 days. So the least you can do is show up.
Well, honestly, Your Honor, I did want to, I mean, that was my next course of action, to just call Mr. Tompkins and just be honest with him, you know, and see how to resolve this. But, I mean, the police came to visit me, I guess at the appropriate time, I have to say. You know.
You going back to work at the same place?
Absolutely, yes, yes.
All right, I'm going to keep you on community control. 79 days with credit for 79. No drugs or alcohol with screens. Full employment. No contact with Smith. And pay the costs and fees. Show up, okay?
I will, Your Honor.
Does he still have to do the drug and alcohol, mental health, and AA meetings?
No.
Okay.
Anything else from you?
No, thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to strongly encourage Mr. Poole to show up. And that's just one small thing he can do to begin to show you that he has it in him somewhere.
All right. Dave, let me see you after you're done here, okay?
Yep. All right.